Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories, and if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fog pressed itself against the windows of 221B Baker Street, with the insistence of an uninvited guest, its grey fingers tracing patterns on the glass that caught the amber glow of the gaslights within. Inside, the sitting room held that particular quality of warmth found only in London lodgings on October evenings, when the coal fire mutters to itself in the grate, and the air carries the mingled scent of pipe tobacco, old leather, and Mrs. Hudson's beef tea simmering somewhere below. Sherlock Holmes sat in his favoured chair, long fingers steepled beneath his chin, his grey eyes fixed on some point in the middle distance that existed, perhaps, only in his own mind. Dr. John Watson occupied the chair opposite, a medical journal open on his lap, though his attention had wandered from its pages to the comforting dance of firelight on the Persian slipper that hung stuffed with tobacco from the mantelpiece. The clock on the mantel ticked its way toward 8:30, each soft click a heartbeat in the evening's gentle rhythm. Outside, the city settled into its nocturnal routine, hansoms clattering over cobblestones with their distinctive hollow echo, a street vendor's distant cry offering hot chestnuts, the muffled conversation of pedestrians hurrying home through the thickening mist. London in the 1890s never truly slept, but it did lower its voice after dark, as if conscious of disturbing the respectable households that lined its endless terrace streets. Watson turned a page he had not read, the paper whispering against his thumb. He had been about to comment on the unseasonable chill. October had arrived with more bite than usual, when the sound of rapid footsteps on the stairs drew both men's attention to the door. The footsteps were familiar, carrying the particular rhythm of Mrs. Hudson's tread, but there was an urgency to them that was decidedly unusual. The landlady of 220B Baker Street was not given to rushing, her dignity as a respectable widow forbidding such displays except under the most pressing circumstances. The knock, when it came, was sharp and insistent. "Come," Holmes said, without moving from his position, though Watson detected the faintest lift of one eyebrow, a sign in Holmes of considerable interest. Mrs. Hudson entered with her customary precision, but Watson noticed immediately that her usual composure had developed cracks. Her cap sat slightly askew, a state of dishevelment so unlike her that it spoke volumes. In her hand she clutched a handkerchief, twisted into a small rope of fabric, and her normally placid features held an expression that hovered between distress and determination. She was a woman of perhaps 55 years, her face kind but firm, the sort of landlady who took pride in keeping respectable lodgings, and expected her tenants to conduct themselves accordingly. An expectation that Holmes violated with cheerful regularity, much to her resigned acceptance. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," she began, her voice carrying that particular tremor of a practical woman confronting the impractical. "I must speak with you both on a matter of some delicacy." Holmes unfolded from his chair with the languid grace of a cat who has decided, despite himself, to be interested in a passing mouse. "Mrs. Hudson, you appear troubled. Please, do sit down. Watson, perhaps you might offer our landlady some of that brandy you insist on keeping for medicinal purposes." Watson rose immediately, moving to the sideboard where a crystal decanter caught the firelight and split it into amber fragments. Mrs. Hudson settled on the edge of the settee, her back straight despite her agitation, the handkerchief still twisted between her fingers. The fabric was good quality linen, Watson noted with his doctor's eye for detail, embroidered with small violets, the sort of thing a respectable widow might receive as a gift and treasure. "I hardly know how to begin," Mrs. Hudson said, accepting the small glass of brandy Watson offered with a nod of thanks. She did not drink immediately, but held it as if the weight of it in her hands provided some comfort. "You will think me foolish, I'm certain. A woman of my years, with my experience of the world, allowing herself to be affected by mere sounds." "I have never thought you foolish, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said, settling back into his chair with his fingertips pressed together, his entire attention focused on the woman before him, with an intensity that might have been disconcerting had it not been so clearly sympathetic. "You are one of the most eminently sensible women of my acquaintance. Whatever has disturbed you, I am inclined to take it seriously." The landlady took a small sip of brandy, and Watson saw her shoulders relax fractionally. The fire crackled, sending up a small shower of sparks that briefly illuminated the cluttered mantelpiece with its chemistry apparatus, unanswered correspondence transfixed by a jackknife, and the coal scuttle that Holmes inexplicably used as a filing system for the more urgent cases. "It is the rooms, Mr. Holmes," Mrs. Hudson said at last, her voice steadier now. "My rooms, below yours. For the past week I've been hearing sounds. At night, when the house should be quiet and all decent folk abed." Watson leaned forward slightly. "What manner of sounds, Mrs. Hudson? The building is old. Settling timbers, perhaps? Or the pipes? I understand the plumbing in these older properties can be quite vocal." It was a reasonable suggestion, the sort of practical explanation that a medical man would naturally propose. London's housing stock was ageing, much of it built in the previous century when standards were different and materials less reliable. Watson himself had often lain awake in his own lodgings, before coming to Baker Street, listening to the peculiar symphony of an old building at rest. Creaks, groans, the mysterious thumps that seemed to have no earthly source. But Mrs. Hudson was shaking her head, her lips pressed into a thin line. "I know the sounds of my own house, Doctor. Every creak, every groan. I have lived here these 20 years. These sounds are different. They're rhythmic, you see, deliberate, as if someone, or something, were moving beneath my very floors." Holmes tilted his head, his grey eyes bright with interest. "Rhythmic, you say? Can you describe the pattern? Is it regular, like footsteps, or more random?" "Regular, Mr. Holmes. It begins around midnight, or perhaps a little after. A sort of tapping, then scraping, then silence for a time, then it begins again. Always the same pattern, night after night." She paused, her fingers tightening on the glass. "At first, I told myself it was nothing. Old houses make strange noises, as the doctor says. But it has continued, and always at the same hour, and I find I cannot sleep while listening to it." The fog outside had thickened, pressing against the windows until the world beyond seemed to have disappeared entirely, leaving only this warm room with its 3 occupants suspended in the amber light. Watson found himself thinking of the layers of London that existed beneath their feet, cellars and crypts, the ancient river fleet long since buried in tunnels, the sewers that Joseph Bazalgette had constructed a generation before to save the city from its own filth. Victorian London was a city built atop itself, centuries of construction and destruction, each era leaving its mark in brick and stone and forgotten spaces. "Have you noticed any other unusual occurrences?" Holmes asked, his tone still gentle but with an edge of professional curiosity creeping in. "Doors left ajar, items moved, the scent of anything unusual, smoke perhaps, or damp earth?" Mrs. Hudson considered this, her brow furrowing. "Now that you mention it, there has been a smell, faint but present. Earth, yes, as if someone had been digging in a garden, though of course we have no garden to speak of, only the small yard at the back, and that is all paving stones." Watson exchanged a glance with Holmes. The detective's expression had shifted almost imperceptibly, from polite interest to something more alert, though his posture remained relaxed. It was a look Watson had come to recognise over their years of association, the look of a mind beginning to arrange disparate facts into the scaffolding of a theory. "Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said slowly, "I wonder if you might do me a favour. Tonight, when you retire, would you make note of the exact time the sounds begin? And if possible, the duration between each episode? I would also like to know whether the sounds seem to move or whether they remain in one location." The landlady nodded, some of the tension leaving her frame now that she had shared her burden. "You believe me, then? You don't think I'm being a foolish old woman, imagining things?" "On the contrary," Holmes said, rising to show her to the door with courtly grace. "I believe you have observed something quite real, and quite possibly significant. You have done exactly right in bringing it to my attention. Watson and I shall look into the matter." When the door had closed behind her, Watson turned to his friend with a questioning look. "You think there's something to it, then? It's not just the house settling. Holmes moved to the window, pulling back the heavy curtain to peer out into the fog-shrouded street. Baker Street was nearly invisible, the gaslights reduced to dim halos of yellow light struggling against the grey. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell told the hour, 9 deep notes that seemed to travel through the fog rather than dispelling it. "Houses settle, Watson," Holmes said, his breath misting the cold glass. "But they do not settle rhythmically, night after night, at precisely the same hour. Nor do they produce the scent of fresh earth in the process." He turned back to the room, his profile sharp against the window's dim light. "No, I rather think our good Mrs. Hudson has stumbled upon something more interesting than mere domestic quirks." "Such as?" Watson prompted, knowing his friend's tendency to hoard theories until they were fully formed. "Too early to say," Holmes replied, but there was a glint in his eye that Watson recognised. It was the look of a man who had been bored for too long and had just been presented with a puzzle. "But consider, Watson, we are in Baker Street, one of the more prosperous areas of London. Beneath us and around us are shops, businesses, banks. The area is riddled with cellars and basements, many of them interconnected in ways that the current owners have long forgotten. Victorian London is rather like a layer cake, each stratum unaware of the others." Watson settled back into his chair, his medical journal forgotten. Outside, the fog pressed ever closer, and somewhere below, in Mrs. Hudson's respectable rooms with their lace curtains and carefully polished furniture, something was making sounds in the night. The fire burned low, coals shifting with soft whispers, and the two men sat in companionable silence, each lost in their own thoughts. The city beyond the windows hummed with its peculiar evening energy, the rattle of a late omnibus, the cry of a pie seller making his final rounds, the distant rumble that might have been thunder, or might have been the underground trains running in their deep tunnels. London was a city of sounds, layer upon layer, each telling its own story to those who knew how to listen. And in that moment, with the fog thick as wool and the night deepening toward the hour when Mrs. Hudson's mysterious sounds would begin again, Watson felt the familiar stirring of anticipation that came with the beginning of a case. Holmes stood by the window, perfectly still, his mind already working through possibilities, and the game, as he would say, was afoot. The clock ticked on, marking time in its patient way, while below them something waited in the dark. The next morning arrived with that peculiar London quality of light that seems less like sunrise, and more like the fog simply deciding to become slightly translucent. Watson woke to find Holmes already dressed, standing at the window with a cup of coffee growing cold in his hand, his gaze fixed on the street below with the intensity of a hawk watching for field mice. The detective had clearly been awake for some time. Possibly, Watson suspected, he had never gone to bed at all. This was not unusual during the opening stages of a case that had caught his interest, though Watson had learned to worry about his friend's health during such episodes of intense focus. "Anything of interest?" Watson asked, pulling on his dressing gown against the morning chill. The fire had died to grey ash in the grate, and the room held that particular cold that settles into London lodgings during October, seeping through the walls and floorboards as if the very stones remembered winter and were preparing accordingly. 3 hansoms, 2 delivery carts, 1 extremely punctual postman, and a crossing sweeper who appears to have established Baker Street as his personal territory, Holmes replied without turning from the window. "Also, a gentleman who has passed our door 4 times in the last hour, each time slowing his pace as if considering whether to knock. He carries a walking stick he does not need, suggesting it conceals something, and his collar, though clean, is frayed at the edges. A man maintaining appearances on a constrained budget." Watson moved to the sideboard where Mrs. Hudson had left their breakfast. A covered dish of eggs and bacon, toast wrapped in linen, a pot of marmalade, and fresh coffee that sent up ribbons of steam into the cold air. The smell was comforting, grounding, a reminder that whatever mysteries the night held, the day began with such mundane necessities as breakfast. "Will you eat something?" he asked, though he already knew the answer. "Later perhaps," Holmes said, finally turning from the window. His face held that sharp, focused look that meant his mind was already several steps ahead, arranging facts like chess pieces on an invisible board. "I have been considering Mrs. Hudson's account. The regularity of the sounds interests me particularly. Midnight or shortly after. Always the same duration, the same pattern. This suggests purpose, Watson. deliberation. Not the random settling of old timbers, but something planned and executed with precision. Watson settled into his chair with a plate of eggs and bacon, the warmth of the food a pleasant contrast to the room's chill. Through the window, the morning light, such as it was, revealed Baker Street in its workaday clothes. Shopkeepers were opening their establishments, rolling up awnings, arranging displays. A milk cart rattled past, the driver calling out his wares in a voice that had probably woken half the street. A maid in a grey dress and white apron scrubbed the steps of the house opposite, her brush making rhythmic sounds against the stone. This was the visible London, the respectable surface, all bustle and commerce and orderly routine. But Holmes, Watson knew, was thinking of what lay beneath. "You mentioned cellars," Watson said between bites of toast. "You think someone is accessing the house from below?" "It is a possibility worth exploring," Holmes replied, finally moving from the window to pour himself fresh coffee. He did not sit, but remained standing, his restless energy filling the room like electricity. London is honeycombed with passages and tunnels, many of them forgotten or deliberately concealed. The Romans built here, then the Saxons, then the Normans, each laying their stones atop the previous civilization's work. Add to that the Victorian passion for underground construction, sewers, railways, pneumatic dispatch tubes, cellars, crypts, and you have a city that is as much below ground as above. Watson had heard Holmes expound on this topic before, usually with a combination of admiration for Victorian engineering and cynicism about the unintended consequences of such rapid development. The Great Stink of 1858 had forced Parliament to finally address London's sewage problem, leading to Bazalgette's magnificent sewer system, 82 miles of brick-lined tunnels that ran beneath the streets like arteries beneath skin, carrying away the city's waste to treatment plants downriver. But that network of tunnels had also created new opportunities for those willing to venture into the darkness. "You think someone is tunnelling?" Watson asked, setting down his fork. "To what purpose?" "Ah, that is the question, isn't it?" Holmes said, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "We are in Baker Street, Watson. Consider our neighbours. 3 doors down, the London and Counties Bank. Across the street, a jeweller's establishment. 2 blocks east, a safety deposit company. The area is, shall we say, financially attractive to those of criminal inclination." Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. "You think we're sitting atop a robbery attempt?" "Too early to say with certainty," Holmes replied, but his eyes glittered with interest. "But it would explain the regularity. Tunnelling work must be done carefully, methodically, and most importantly quietly. One cannot simply hack away at foundations during daylight hours without attracting notice. But at night, when the city's ambient noise is reduced, when honest folk are asleep and the police are stretched thin across their beats, that is when such work could proceed." The implications settled over Watson like the fog outside. They were discussing, quite calmly over breakfast, the possibility that criminals were at that very moment excavating beneath their feet, planning some audacious theft. It was the sort of thing that happened in penny dreadfuls, yet Holmes was treating it with the same analytical interest he might apply to a complex chemistry problem. "What do you propose we do?" Watson asked, his military training asserting itself. If there was a threat, it needed to be confronted, assessed, neutralized. For now, we wait, we observe, we listen. Holmes finally sat, draping himself across his chair with that peculiar boneless grace he possessed. "Tonight, Watson, I suggest we keep vigil in Mrs. Hudson's rooms, with her permission, of course. If these sounds are as regular as she claims, we shall hear them ourselves, and by hearing them, we may learn something of their source, their direction, their purpose." The day passed with the peculiar slowness that attends anticipation. Holmes spent the morning consulting his commonplace books, a series of leather-bound volumes in which he kept detailed information about London's criminal classes, their methods, their associates, and their previous convictions. Watson attempted to work on his notes for a potential account of their recent case involving the stolen diplomatic papers, but found his attention wandering to the floorboards beneath his feet, wondering what lay in the darkness below. Mrs. Hudson, when approached about the evening's plan, was both relieved and anxious. "You'll think me foolish if there's nothing to hear," she said, twisting that same handkerchief between her fingers. But Holmes assured her of their serious intent, and she agreed to admit them to her sitting room after she retired for the evening. The afternoon brought a thin rain that pattered against the windows like nervous fingers, turning Baker Street's cobblestones slick and dark. The gaslights came on early, their glow reflected in puddles, and the city seemed to contract, pulling itself inward against the damp. Watson watched people hurrying past with umbrellas, collars turned up, heads down, each person a small story, rushing from one warm space to another through the hostile territory of weather. By evening the rain had settled into a steady drizzle, the kind that seems more mist than water, but soaks through clothing nonetheless. Holmes and Watson took their dinner in unusual silence, each absorbed in their own thoughts. The detective ate sparingly, his mind clearly elsewhere, while Watson found himself listening, really listening, to the sounds of the house around them. The creak of floorboards as Mrs. Hudson moved about below, the rattle of pipes as water moved through the building's ancient plumbing, the settling of timbers as the day's warmth dissipated and the night's cold crept in. Every sound became potentially significant, a clue or a misdirection. At 11:15, they descended to Mrs. Hudson's rooms, carrying a dark lantern and a spirit of quiet purpose. The landlady's sitting room was a testament to Victorian respectability. Lace curtains, antimacassars on the chairs, a collection of china shepherdesses on the mantelpiece, photographs in silver frames showing stern-faced relatives long deceased. Everything was precisely placed, meticulously clean, the domain of a woman who took pride in her surroundings. A coal fire burned low in the grate, casting dancing shadows on the wallpaper's floral pattern. "I've tried to keep to my normal routine," Mrs. Hudson whispered, though there was no one to overhear. "I don't want them, whoever they are, to know that anyone suspects." "Very wise," Holmes murmured, settling into a chair positioned near the centre of the room. Watson took another chair, angling it so he had a view of both Holmes and the door. The landlady hovered uncertainly, then retreated to her bedroom, leaving the door slightly ajar. "Call if you need me," she said, though her voice trembled slightly. And then, silence. Not true silence, of course. London was never truly silent, even in the depths of night. Outside, the rain continued its soft percussion on the windows. A dog barked somewhere in the distance, the sound muffled by fog and damp. A late hansom clattered past, wheels splashing through puddles. But these were the expected sounds, the normal nocturnal music of the city. Holmes and Watson sat motionless, barely breathing, their senses straining toward the floorboards beneath their feet. The clock on Mrs. Hudson's mantel ticked with maddening slowness. Watson found himself counting the seconds, then losing count, then starting again. His legs began to cramp from sitting still. The fire settled, sending up a small shower of sparks. Holmes remained perfectly motionless, his eyes half closed, his entire being concentrated in the act of listening. Midnight came and went, marked by the distant tolling of church bells, Big Ben's deep notes carrying across the rooftops, followed by the responses from smaller churches, each adding their voice to the chorus until the night seemed filled with bronze reverberations. Then the bells faded, and the silence returned deeper than before. Watson was beginning to think that perhaps the sounds would not come tonight, that perhaps whatever underground activity had disturbed Mrs. Hudson had ceased, when Holmes's hand suddenly raised, a sharp, commanding gesture for silence and attention. Watson froze, every sense alert, and then he heard it, a sound from beneath the floor, not loud, not dramatic, but unmistakable once noticed, a soft tapping, rhythmic and deliberate. Tap, 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 then silence, then a scraping sound as if something hard were being dragged across stone. Then silence again, then more tapping, this time with a slightly different rhythm, as if responding to some unheard signal. Watson's eyes met Holmes across the dim room, and he saw his own realization reflected there. This was no settling timber, no trick of old pipes. This was purposeful. This was human activity taking place somewhere beneath their feet, separated from them by perhaps 8 or 10 feet of earth and foundation, yet clearly audible in the night stillness. Holmes rose silently, moving with the careful grace of a cat, and knelt on the floor, pressing his ear against the boards. Watson joined him, feeling faintly ridiculous but driven by the same need to understand. The wood was cold against his ear, and through it he could feel as much as hear the sounds below. vibrations travelling up through layers of construction, carrying with them the evidence of intrusion. The tapping continued for perhaps 5 minutes, always with that same deliberate pattern. Then came the scraping again, longer this time, accompanied by what might have been the soft sound of earth being moved. Then voices, too muffled to make out words, but definitely human voices, at least 2 of them, speaking in what sounded like terse commands or questions. Watson felt his pulse quicken. They were listening to criminals at work, men engaged in some underground enterprise that required secrecy and darkness. The military man in him wanted immediate action, to rush out, find the source, confront the intruders. But Holmes's restraining hand on his shoulder counselled patience, observation, the gathering of intelligence before action. The sounds continued for perhaps 20 minutes in total, then gradually ceased. The voices fell silent. The tapping stopped. The scraping ended. And then there was only the normal sounds of the night again, as if the underground world had closed itself off, retreating into darkness and secrecy until the next night's work could begin. Holmes remained motionless for several minutes more, listening with that absolute concentration that characterized his best work. Finally he rose, dusting off his knees, his face thoughtful in the firelight's dying glow. "Well, Watson," he said softly, "I think we can safely say that Mrs. Hudson's concerns are entirely justified. Someone is indeed working beneath this house, and working with considerable skill and purpose." Watson stood as well, feeling the blood return to his cramped legs. "What do we do?" "We think," Holmes replied, moving to the window and looking out at the rain-slicked street. "We consider the possibilities, we trace the logical threads, and tomorrow, my friend, we will do some exploring of our own. I think it's time we learned more about what lies beneath Baker Street's respectable surface." Mrs. Hudson emerged from her bedroom, her face pale but resolute. "You heard it then? I'm not imagining things?" "You are very definitely not imagining things," Holmes assured her, "and I promise you we shall get to the bottom of this mystery. But for now, try to sleep. Watson and I will keep watch for the remainder of the night." The landlady retreated once more, though Watson doubted she would find much rest. He and Holmes settled back into their chairs, maintaining their vigil as the night deepened and the rain continued its soft assault on the windows. The sounds did not return, but their absence was somehow more ominous than their presence had been. Somewhere below, in the London darkness, men were digging, scraping, working towards some goal that required them to tunnel beneath one of the city's busiest streets. And sitting above them, 2 men waited and watched, the game now well and truly begun. Dawn arrived with reluctance, the sky shifting from black to grey to a pale, watery yellow that seemed uncertain of its own existence. Watson had dozed fitfully in his chair, waking periodically to find Holmes still alert, still watching, his profile sharp against the growing light. The rain had stopped sometime in the early hours, leaving Baker Street glistening and clean, the cobblestones reflecting the morning like dark mirrors. When Mrs. Hudson emerged from her bedroom, her face showed the signs of a sleepless night, but her spine was straight and her voice steady as she offered to prepare breakfast. "Thank you, Mrs. Hudson, but I think we shall have breakfast upstairs," Holmes said gently. "You've had a trying night. Perhaps some rest would be beneficial." The landlady nodded gratefully and retreated, leaving the 2 men to climb the stairs to their own rooms. Watson's legs protested the movement after hours of stillness, and he found himself thinking longingly of his bed. But Holmes showed no signs of fatigue. If anything, the detective seemed energized by the night's discoveries, his movements quick and purposeful as he strode into their sitting room and immediately began pulling books from the shelves. "What are you looking for?" Watson asked, collapsing into his chair with a grateful sigh. "Maps," Holmes replied, his long fingers dancing along the spines of various volumes. "I have several detailed maps of London's underground infrastructure, sewers, tunnels, crypts, cellars, somewhere in this accumulated chaos." He pulled out a large leather portfolio, blowing dust from its surface. "Should be exactly what we need." Watson watched as Holmes spread a series of maps across the floor, weighting the corners with whatever came to hand. A tobacco jar, a revolver, a human skull that served as a paperweight, a chemistry beaker. The maps were intricate, covered in fine lines and annotations, showing the layers of London that existed beneath the everyday world. Some were official surveyor's drawings, precise and technical. Others appeared to be Holmes' own work, covered in his distinctive angular handwriting, notes about entrances and exits, dimensions and depths. "Here," Holmes said, pointing to a spot on one map, "is Baker Street, and here are the sewers. Bazalgette's northern interceptor runs approximately 200 yards to our west. Too far to be relevant. But look here." His finger traced a line. "This is an older tunnel system, pre-Bazalgette, built in the 1820s when they first attempted to cover over the Fleet Ditch. It runs roughly parallel to Baker Street, about 15 feet beneath street level." Watson knelt beside his friend, studying the map. The underground world it revealed was staggering in its complexity. A web of passages and chambers, some connected, some isolated, all of them invisible to the thousands of people who walked above them daily. Victorian London had built itself atop centuries of previous construction, each era leaving its mark in brick and stone, creating a vertical history that descended into darkness. Could they be accessing this old tunnel system? Watson asked. Possibly, Holmes mused, producing his magnifying glass and examining the map more closely. But that would require breaking through from some adjacent cellar or basement. Let us consider our immediate neighbours. He pulled out another map, this one showing the buildings of Baker Street and their subterranean spaces. Number 219, to our south, a tobacconist's shop. I happen to know the owner, a Mr. Jameson, respectable to a fault. His cellar is small, used only for storage. Number 223, to our north, currently vacant, the previous tenant having departed 3 months ago, owing to, and I quote from the letting agent, excessive damp in the lower rooms. Watson raised an eyebrow. Excessive dampness? Or perhaps water from underground excavations? Precisely my thought, Holmes said with satisfaction. A vacant property makes an ideal base for underground operations. No residents to disturb, no regular visitors to raise questions. Access could be gained with relatively little difficulty. A picked lock, a bribed caretaker, a forged letter of authority. The detective rose and moved to the window, looking out at the awakening street. Baker Street was coming to life, shopkeepers sweeping their doorsteps, delivery boys making their rounds, a nurse wheeling a perambulator, a clerk hurrying toward the underground station with his morning newspaper tucked under his arm. All of them utterly unaware of what might be happening beneath their feet. The question, Holmes continued, is not merely how they are doing it, but why. What is their target? What prize justifies the considerable effort and risk of tunnelling beneath one of London's busiest thoroughfares? Watson stood as well, stretching muscles stiff from the night's vigil. You mentioned the bank? 3 doors down, you said? The London and Counties Bank, yes. Established 1877, considered quite secure. They have a vault, naturally, but it is above ground, protected by time locks and steel doors. Tunnelling beneath the building to access it would be extraordinarily difficult. Vault floors are typically reinforced precisely to prevent such attempts. Holmes tapped his fingers against the window frame, a sign of deep thought. But there are other possibilities. Safety deposit boxes, for instance. Or perhaps the target is not the bank at all, but one of the other establishments nearby. The morning light had strengthened enough to reveal the details of the street. The brass plaques beside doorways announcing lawyers' offices, physicians' consulting rooms, import-export firms. Baker Street was a place of commerce and respectability, of quiet wealth and professional discretion. It was also, Watson reflected, a place where valuables might be stored, documents secured, items of worth protected from the general chaos of London life. What about the jeweller across the street? Watson suggested. Surely their stock would be worth the effort. Possible, Holmes conceded, though jewellers tend to keep their most valuable pieces in secure locations overnight. Bank vaults, typically, rather than on the premises. The stock on display is usually paste or lower value items. The real treasures are brought out only for serious clients, by appointment. He turned from the window, his grey eyes bright with the intellectual challenge. No, Watson. I suspect our tunnellers have a more specific target in mind. Something that justifies weeks, possibly months, of careful excavation work. A knock at the door interrupted their discussion. Mrs. Hudson entered with a breakfast tray, her movements carrying their usual efficiency despite her disturbed night. I've brought coffee and toast, gentlemen, and there's a visitor downstairs, a Mr. Lestrade from Scotland Yard. Shall I send him up? Holmes and Watson exchanged glances. Inspector Lestrade's appearance was unexpected, though not entirely unwelcome. The Scotland Yard detective was a frequent visitor to Baker Street, often seeking Holmes's assistance on cases that baffled the official force. He was a small, wiry man with sharp features and sharper instincts, professional enough to recognise when he needed help, but proud enough to find the necessity irritating. "Please do show him up, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said, "and perhaps another cup for our guest." Lestrade appeared moments later, his face showing the particular weariness that came from dealing with London's criminal class. He wore his usual brown suit, slightly rumpled, and carried the distinctive air of a man who'd been up most of the night dealing with matters he would rather not discuss over breakfast. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he said, nodding to each in turn. "I hope I'm not calling too early, but I've had a peculiar night and thought you might be interested in the details." "Please sit," Holmes said, gesturing to Watson's chair. "Coffee? Mrs. Hudson makes it admirably strong, which I suspect you might appreciate given your appearance of having been up all night." Lestrade accepted the coffee, gratefully, taking a long sip before speaking. "There's been a series of small thefts in the area. Nothing major, nothing that would normally warrant significant attention, but the pattern of them has been curious. Over the past month, we've had reports from 3 different establishments within a quarter-mile radius of Baker Street. In each case, the thieves gained access to cellars or basement storage areas. Nothing of great value was taken: some wine, tinned goods, a few tools, some lamp oil, the sort of things that wouldn't normally be missed immediately." Holmes leaned forward, his attention suddenly focused with laser intensity. "And the method of entry?" "That's what's strange," Lestrade said, warming to his subject. "In each case there was no forced entry from the street level. Doors and windows were secure. But in each cellar the owners reported finding disturbances, dirt on the floor that shouldn't have been there, a smell of damp earth. In one case, a small hole in the cellar wall that the owner swears wasn't there the previous week. Patched over quickly, he said, as if the intruders realised they'd made a mistake and tried to cover their tracks." Watson felt his pulse quicken. This was no coincidence. Lestrade was describing exactly what Holmes had theorised: an underground operation, with tunnellers breaking through into various cellars, though whether by accident or design was unclear. "Which establishments were affected?" Holmes asked, his voice carefully neutral. Lestrade pulled out his notebook, flipping through pages covered in cramped handwriting. "First was a wine merchant's on Marylebone Road, early September. Then a hardware shop on Baker Street itself, late September. Most recently, just 3 nights ago, a photographer's studio on Blandford Street. Each time, the owners reported the disturbances to local constables, but nothing came of it. No evidence, no witnesses, nothing of significant value stolen." "Until you connected the incidents," Holmes observed. "Until I connected the incidents," Lestrade agreed. "I happened to be reviewing reports from the division and noticed the similarities, thought it worth looking into, especially given the proximity to this area." He paused, studying Holmes with the expression of a man who suspects he is being told less than the full truth. "You wouldn't happen to know anything about underground activity in the vicinity, would you, Mr. Holmes?" Holmes smiled, a brief flash of teeth. "As it happens, Inspector, we may have some information that would interest you. Mrs. Hudson, our landlady, has been experiencing nocturnal disturbances of her own. We kept vigil last night and can confirm that someone is indeed conducting operations beneath this very building." Lestrade set down his coffee cup with enough force to rattle the saucer. "Beneath Baker Street? Beneath this building? Good Lord, Holmes, why wasn't I informed immediately?" "Because we had no proof until last night," Holmes replied calmly, "and because I wanted to understand the scope of the operation before involving official channels. But now that you've connected these various incidents, a pattern emerges. Someone has been tunnelling beneath this area for at least a month, possibly longer. They've broken through into various cellars, whether intentionally or accidentally, and have taken supplies, the sort of supplies one might need for extended underground work. Lamp oil for light, tools for excavation, wine and food for sustenance." The Scotland Yard man's face had gone through several shades of red during this explanation, finally settling on an expression of grim determination. "This is a major operation, then. Not some casual burglary, but a planned assault on what? What's their target?" "That," Holmes said, rising and moving to the map still spread across the floor, "is what we need to determine. Inspector, would you care to see something of London's hidden geography?" For the next hour the 3 men studied the maps, tracing possible routes, identifying potential targets, and discussing the logistics of underground excavation. Lestrade proved more knowledgeable than Watson had expected about the city's subterranean infrastructure, having dealt with cases involving sewers and tunnels before. Between them, they built up a picture of the operation, sophisticated, well-planned, requiring multiple men and significant resources. They must be removing the excavated earth somehow, Lestrade mused. You can't dig a tunnel without creating a considerable amount of soil and rock. Where's it going? An excellent question, Holmes agreed. It would need to be removed at night, quietly, probably in small quantities to avoid notice. Carts making deliveries to various addresses, perhaps, each load unremarkable on its own but adding up to tons over time. Watson listened to the discussion with growing appreciation for the complexity of criminal enterprise. What had seemed like a straightforward matter of catching some tunnellers was revealing itself as an operation of considerable sophistication, involving planning, resources, and coordination that suggested professional criminals rather than opportunistic thieves. The morning wore on, church bells marking the passage of hours, Baker Street growing busy beneath their window. Somewhere below, in darkness and secrecy, the tunnel waited, leading towards some destination that remained maddeningly unclear. The game had deepened. The stakes revealed themselves as higher than he initially suspected, and the three men in the sitting room of 221B prepared themselves for the next phase of the investigation, the descent into London's hidden world, to trace the passage through earth and stone toward whatever prize justified such extraordinary effort. Outside, the city continued its routine, unaware that beneath its respectable surface a different London existed, one of darkness and crime, of ancient tunnels and modern ambitions, of secrets buried in the earth waiting to be uncovered. The afternoon found Holmes, Watson and Lestrade standing on the pavement outside No. 223 Baker Street, their breath misting in the October air as they studied the vacant building with the careful attention of men planning an incursion. The property presented a respectable facade to the street, 3 stories of soot-darkened brick, windows shuttered and dark, a small flight of steps leading to a door that bore a faded letting agent's notice. It looked, Watson thought, precisely like what it claimed to be, an empty building awaiting a new tenant, unremarkable in every way except for the fact that criminals might be using its depths as a gateway to London's underworld. The letting agent is a Mr. Hibbert, Lestrade said, consulting his notebook. Offices on Wigmore Street. I took the liberty of sending a constable to fetch him. Should be here within a half-hour. Holmes nodded absently, his attention fixed on the building's lower windows. The damp that drove away the previous tenant. Did your constable learn any details? Rising damp, according to the agent's records, it started appearing about 4 months ago. The tenant complained repeatedly, but by the time the agent arranged for repairs, the man had already given notice and departed. Lestrade paused, following Holmes's gaze. You think the damp wasn't natural? I think, Holmes said slowly, that excavation work beneath a building can disrupt underground water channels, causing moisture to rise through foundations in ways that appear entirely natural to the untrained eye. 4 months, you said? That suggests our tunnellers have been at work considerably longer than we initially supposed. Watson surveyed the street, noting the steady flow of pedestrians and vehicles. A flower seller had set up her basket on the corner, calling out her wares in a voice that competed with the rattle of passing carriages. 2 doors down, a maid was polishing the brass railings of a townhouse, her cloth moving in rhythmic circles. Everything appeared utterly ordinary, yet somewhere beneath these ordinary scenes, a tunnel was being excavated with careful precision. How many men would such an operation require? Watson asked, thinking of the logistics involved. At least 3 working simultaneously, Holmes replied, possibly more in shifts. 1 to excavate, 1 to shore up the walls with timbers. Tunnels must be reinforced as they progress to prevent collapse, and 1 to remove the spoil. That suggests a gang of 6 to 9 men total, working in rotating shifts to maintain continuous progress while avoiding exhaustion. Lestrade gave a low whistle. That's a significant criminal enterprise. Not some opportunistic thieves, but an organized gang with resources and planning. Indeed, Holmes agreed, which suggests their target is valuable enough to justify the considerable expense and risk. Consider the costs alone. Wages for the men, materials for shoring, tools, lamp oil, provisions for work that must be conducted in secrecy. This is an investment, Inspector, and criminals do not invest without expecting significant returns. A handsome man pulled up to the curb, and a portly man in a brown overcoat emerged, his face flushed and anxious. He carried a ring of keys that jangled as he hurried toward them, his breath coming in short gasps that suggested he had rushed to accommodate the Scotland Yard summons. "Inspector Lestrade. I'm Hibbert, the letting agent. Your constable said there was some urgency." His eyes darted between the three men, settling on Holmes with an expression of confused recognition. "Haven't I seen you before, sir, in the newspapers?" "This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes," Lestrade said, consulting on this matter. "Mr. Hibbert, we need to inspect the interior of number 223, particularly the cellar. I trust you have no objection." "Objection? No, of course not. Though I confess I don't understand the interest in an empty property." Hibbert fumbled with his keys, selecting one and moving toward the door. "As I mentioned in my records, the damp problem has been noted. I've arranged for a surveyor to examine the foundations next week, with repairs to follow before we seek a new tenant." The door swung open with a creak of neglected hinges, revealing a narrow hallway thick with dust and the particular smell of unoccupied spaces, stale air, old wallpaper, the faint musk of mice. What little light penetrated the shuttered windows revealed a staircase leading upward and a door beneath it that presumably led to the cellar. Hibbert produced a dark lantern from his coat pocket. Clearly he had come prepared for a cellar inspection, and lit it with practised efficiency. The damp was most pronounced in the lower rooms, he explained, leading them toward the cellar door. The previous tenant, a Mr. Sowerby, complained of wet walls and a persistent musty odour. When I examined it myself, I found considerable moisture on the cellar walls, though I confess I saw no obvious source. No broken pipes, no cracks in the foundation that I could detect. The cellar door opened onto a steep flight of wooden stairs descending into darkness. The smell that rose to meet them was indeed damp, earthy, with an underlying mineral scent that Watson associated with caves and underground spaces. Holmes took the lantern from Hibbert and descended first, his movements sure despite the uncertain light. Watson followed, one hand on the rough brick wall for balance, with Lestrade and the anxious agent bringing up the rear. The cellar was larger than Watson had expected, extending beneath the full footprint of the building above. The ceiling was low. Watson, at just under 6 feet, could touch it with his raised hand, supported by thick wooden beams black with age. The floor was packed earth, and the walls were brick, their surfaces indeed showing the dark stains of moisture. Old crates and boxes were stacked against one wall, their contents long forgotten, and cobwebs hung in elaborate draperies from the ceiling beams. Holmes moved slowly through the space, the lantern held high, his keen eyes scanning every surface. Watson watched him work, recognizing the signs of intense concentration, the slight furrow between his brows, the way his lips moved soundlessly as if conducting some internal dialogue. The detective paused at the far wall, the one that would face toward the north, in the direction of the other buildings on Baker Street. "Mr. Hibbert," Holmes said softly, "when did you last inspect this cellar personally?" "Oh, perhaps 3 weeks ago. I came down to assess the damp situation as I mentioned." "And you noticed nothing unusual? Nothing out of place?" Hibbert joined Holmes at the wall, peering at the bricks in the lantern light. "Such as what, Mr. Holmes? It all looks much as I remember. Damp, rather unpleasant, but structurally sound as far as I could tell." Holmes reached out and pressed his hand against the wall, his fingers tracing the mortar between bricks. Then, with sudden deliberateness, he pushed against a particular section. There was a soft grinding sound, and a section of the wall, perhaps 3 feet square, shifted inward slightly, revealing itself to be not solid brickwork but a carefully constructed panel. Watson felt his hand move instinctively toward his coat pocket, where he kept his service revolver. Lestrade moved forward quickly, his own police-issue weapon appearing in his hand with practised speed. Hibbert made a small sound of shock and confusion. "Gentlemen," Holmes said, his voice calm but carrying an edge of triumph, "I believe we have found our entrance." With careful pressure, Holmes pushed the panel fully open, revealing a dark passage beyond. The smell that emerged was stronger now. Earth and damp stone, lamp oil, and something else. Something human. The scent of sweat and tobacco smoke. Proof that men had been here recently, working in this hidden space beneath Baker Street. Holmes held the lantern into the opening, revealing a tunnel perhaps 4 feet high and 3 feet wide. Its walls shored up with fresh timber, that still showed the pale colour of recently cut wood. The floor was smooth, trampled earth, and Watson could see the marks of boots, multiple sets, going in both directions. The passage extended beyond the lantern's light, disappearing into darkness that seemed to swallow illumination. "Good God," Lestrade breathed. "They've tunnelled right through the foundation. This must have taken weeks." "Months, more likely," Holmes corrected, kneeling to examine the entrance more closely. "See how carefully they've constructed this false wall? The bricks are real, taken from elsewhere in the cellar, no doubt, but they're set in a wooden frame designed to swing open. Someone has gone to considerable trouble to make this appear as solid masonry. Even your surveyor, Mr. Hibbert, might have been fooled by a cursory examination." Hibbert had gone quite pale, his hand clutching at his collar. "You mean to say that criminals have been using my property? That they've been coming and going beneath our very feet? I had no idea, I swear it, Inspector, no idea at all." "I don't doubt it," Lestrade said, though his attention remained fixed on the tunnel. "The question now is where this leads and what they're after." He turned to Holmes. "Do we go in?" Holmes stood, brushing dust from his knees, his expression thoughtful. "We could, certainly. But consider, Inspector, if we venture into that tunnel now, we risk alerting the criminals that their operation has been discovered. They might abandon the tunnel, collapse it, and destroy evidence. Worse, we might encounter them while they work, leading to confrontation in a confined space where your revolver would be of limited use, and their knowledge of the terrain would give them considerable advantage." Watson found himself nodding. He had fought in confined spaces before in the Afghan campaign, and knew how quickly such situations could turn deadly. A tunnel offered no room for manoeuvre, no possibility of tactical advantage. It would be a desperate close-quarters fight if they encountered the tunnellers at work. "What do you suggest, then?" Lestrade asked, though his tone suggested he already suspected Holmes's answer. "Patience," Holmes replied. "Observation. We know now how they're accessing the tunnel system. We can place men to watch this building, note who comes and goes. More importantly, we can follow the tunnel's logical course and attempt to determine its destination. Once we know what they're targeting, we can set a trap, catch them in the act, with evidence that will ensure convictions. And in the meantime, they continue their work." Lestrade's professional pride was clearly struggling with the wisdom of waiting. "They continue their work," Holmes agreed, "but now we know what to look for. We can alert the potential targets, quietly, discreetly, and prepare our response. Better to catch them red-handed at their objective than to scatter them now and risk they'll simply regroup and try again elsewhere." The four men stood in the cellar's damp gloom, the tunnel entrance gaping before them like a mouth leading into London's buried darkness. Watson could hear, faintly, the sounds of the street above, footsteps on pavement, the distant call of a vendor, the everyday sounds of the city going about its business, utterly unaware of the criminal enterprise being conducted beneath its feet. Lestrade finally nodded, holstering his weapon. "Very well. We do this your way, Mr. Holmes, but I'll want men posted here around the clock, watching for any activity. And I'll need to inform my superiors. This is too large an operation to keep quiet." "Inform them by all means," Holmes said, "but stress the importance of discretion. If word gets out, if the newspapers get hold of the story, our tunnellers will vanish like smoke. The next question is determining their target, and for that, we need to trace their route." They emerged from the cellar into the grey afternoon light, Hibbert carefully securing the building behind them, his hands still trembling slightly with the shock of discovery. Holmes stood on the pavement, his eyes half closed, his mind clearly working through calculations of distance and direction. "The tunnel heads north," he said finally, "which means it's passing beneath Baker Street itself, likely following the line of buildings to avoid having to tunnel under the actual roadway. The depth required would be considerably greater. If we assume they're maintaining a relatively straight course," he turned, his gaze tracking an invisible line down the street, "their destination would be somewhere in the next block. The question is which establishment." Watson followed his friend's gaze, seeing the street with new eyes. Every shop front, every doorway, every brass plaque announcing offices and businesses, each was now a potential target. The jeweller's shop with its discreet window displays, the solicitor's offices where documents and wills might be stored, a small private bank that served the neighbourhood's wealthy residents, a stamp dealer's establishment that, Watson knew, sometimes handled rare and valuable collections. We need to examine each possibility, Lestrade said, pulling out his notebook. Visit each establishment, assess their security, and determine which would be the most logical target. Agreed, Holmes said. But carefully, Inspector. We must appear to be conducting routine inquiries, nothing that would alert anyone to our suspicions. A word in the wrong ear could bring this entire investigation crashing down. The afternoon was advancing toward evening, the October light already beginning to fade. Gas lamps were being lit along the street, their glow pushing back the gathering dusk. Watson felt the familiar mixture of anticipation and apprehension that came with an investigation reaching its crucial phase. They had found the tunnel, confirmed the operation's existence, but the most dangerous part lay ahead. Identifying the target, setting the trap, confronting men desperate enough to spend months tunnelling beneath London's streets. As they walked back toward 221B to plan their next moves, Watson found himself thinking about the layers of London that existed beneath their feet. The Victorian city, with its railroads and sewers and electrical cables. The Georgian city beneath that, with its forgotten cellars and crypts. And deeper still, the Roman city, the Saxon settlements, layers upon layers of human habitation and endeavour, each leaving its mark in the earth. The tunnellers were simply the latest in a long line of those who had burrowed into London's depths, seeking fortune or escape, or simply a route from one place to another. But this time, Watson thought with grim satisfaction, the tunnellers would find something unexpected waiting at their destination. Not riches, but the sharp edge of justice, delivered by a Scotland Yard inspector, a military doctor, and a consulting detective who had unravelled their carefully laid plans. The game, as Holmes would say, was very much afoot. The evening settled over Baker Street like a grey blanket, bringing with it the particular quality of London twilight, gas lamps blooming into life one by one, their warm glow pushing back against the encroaching darkness, shop windows illuminated from within casting rectangles of light onto damp pavements. Holmes, Watson and Lestrade had spent the remainder of the afternoon in methodical investigation, visiting each establishment within the tunnel's logical path, asking discreet questions under the guise of routine police inquiries about neighbourhood security. Now, as the clock in their sitting room approached 8, the three men sat surrounded by notes, maps, and the remains of a dinner that Mrs. Hudson had brought up earlier. Cold chicken, bread and butter, a wedge of cheese, and strong tea that had long since gone lukewarm in their cups. The fire burned low in the grate, its flickering light casting dancing shadows on the walls, where Holmes had pinned a large-scale map of the immediate area, marked with annotations in his distinctive angular hand. "Let us review what we know," Holmes said, rising to stand before the map, his pipe clenched between his teeth. The tobacco smoke curled upward in lazy spirals, carrying the sweet scent of his preferred mixture, a blend he had specially made by a tobacconist in Oxford Street. The tunnel originates in the cellar of number 223, travels north beneath Baker Street, and by our calculations should emerge somewhere in this block. He tapped the map with the stem of his pipe, indicating a row of buildings. Watson consulted his own notes, written in the clear, practical hand of a medical man accustomed to keeping patient records. "We've identified 7 potential targets in that area. Shall I read them off?" "Please do," Lestrade said, lighting a cigarette of his own. The Scotland Yard man had shed his coat and loosened his collar, his usual professional reserve relaxing slightly in the informal atmosphere of Baker Street. Outside, the sounds of evening traffic drifted up, the clatter of hansoms, the calls of late vendors, the distant whistle of a constable signalling to his colleagues. Watson cleared his throat. "First, there's Morrison and Webb, the jewellers, established 1868, dealing primarily in estate jewellery and gemstones. According to Mr. Morrison, the elder Mr. Morrison, the son was away on a buying trip. They keep most of their valuable stock in a safety deposit vault at the Bank of England, bringing pieces to the shop only as needed for client viewings." "Which makes them an unlikely target," Holmes interjected. "Continue." "Second, the offices of Pemberton, Hale and Pemberton solicitors, 3 floors of legal offices, strong rooms for document storage. Mr. Pemberton the younger informed us somewhat stiffly that their security arrangements were quite adequate and had been reviewed just last year. Solicitors' documents, while potentially valuable for blackmail purposes, are not typically the target of tunnelling operations," Holmes mused. "One can often obtain such information through bribery or social engineering far more easily then through excavation. Next. Third, the Marylebone Savings Bank. Small private institution, serves local residents and businesses. We met with the manager, Mr. Ashford, who showed us their vault, steel door, time lock, located on the ground floor in the centre of the building. He seemed quite confident in their security. Holmes moved closer to the map, studying the bank's location. Ground floor vault, centre of the building. That would require the tunnel to pass directly beneath the structure, then angle upward. Difficult, requiring considerable engineering skill, and risky due to the need to breach the vault floor from below. Possible, but complicated. What else? Watson flipped a page in his notebook. Fourth, Blackwood & Sons, dealers in rare books and manuscripts. The proprietor, a Mr. Geoffrey Blackwood, was quite enthusiastic about his security measures: iron bars on the windows, a night watchman who makes rounds every hour, alarmed display cases. He mentioned that he often handles quite valuable items: first editions, illuminated manuscripts, historical documents. Now that, Holmes said, his eyes brightening, is more interesting. Rare books and manuscripts can be extraordinarily valuable, yet are far easier to transport than gold or jewellery. A single medieval manuscript might be worth thousands of pounds and weigh mere ounces. Continue, Watson. Fifth, Carstairs and Company, importers of oriental goods, silks, porcelain, jade carvings, that sort of thing. The manager was away, but a clerk showed us their warehouse space. Ground floor and basement, mostly bulk storage. He mentioned they occasionally handle valuable shipments, but nothing is kept on the premises long term. Lestrade leaned forward, studying the map. What about the basement? Could that be the target? Break in from below, help themselves to whatever's stored there? Possible, Holmes conceded, but thieves seeking oriental goods would more likely target the shipments during transport, when items are vulnerable and security minimal. Tunnelling beneath an established warehouse seems excessive. What are our final two options, Watson? Sixth, the studio of Carmichael & Sons, photographers. We met Mr. Carmichael himself, who showed us around. Studios upstairs, dark rooms in the basement, storage for chemicals and glass plates. He mentioned they sometimes photograph valuable items for insurance purposes, jewellery, art, documents, but naturally don't keep the actual items, only the photographic records. Which leaves? Holmes prompted. Watson consulted his final note. Seventh and last, the repository of the Hanover Trust Company. This one is rather different from the others. It's not a bank in the traditional sense, but rather a facility for long-term storage of valuables, safety deposit boxes, secure storage rooms, climate-controlled vaults for artwork and documents. The manager, a Mr. Cedric Thornton, was quite guarded about discussing their security arrangements, though he did mention that their facility extends 2 floors below ground, the deepest basement in the block. Holmes had gone very still, his pipe forgotten in his hand, his entire attention focused on this final entry. 2 floors below ground, you say? And they specialise in long-term storage of high-value items? According to Mr. Thornton, yes, Watson confirmed. He mentioned that many of their clients are wealthy individuals who travel extensively, or families storing heirlooms, or businesses protecting important documents. The items can remain in storage for months or even years. He was quite proud of their security. Guards, alarm systems, regular inspections. But all of that security, Holmes said slowly, his mind clearly racing ahead, is designed to prevent entry from above, from the street level. Doors, windows, guards patrolling corridors, all utterly useless against someone approaching from below through the foundation itself. Lestrade stubbed out his cigarette with sudden energy. That's it then? The repository is the target? Consider the logic, Holmes said, beginning to pace his movements quickly with intellectual excitement. A facility specifically designed for long-term storage of valuables, items that may sit untouched for months or even years, meaning a theft might not be discovered immediately. Multiple clients storing multiple items, creating confusion about exactly what was taken and when. And most crucially, a facility that extends 2 floors below ground, which would make it easier to access from a tunnel. Less vertical distance to traverse, less chance of the breakthrough being detected by people moving about on upper floors. Watson felt his pulse quicken as the pieces fell into place. The timing would be perfect. Break in during the night, help yourself to the safety deposit boxes, reseal the tunnel entrance, and vanish. By the time anyone realises there's been a theft, the criminals could be anywhere. Out of London, out of England entirely. Precisely, Holmes said, returning to stand before the map. "And consider what we know about the tunnel's construction. Months of careful work, considerable expense, multiple men working in shifts. That level of investment suggests they're expecting a significant return, not the contents of a single jewellery shop or the cash from a small bank, but access to dozens, perhaps hundreds, of safety deposit boxes containing the accumulated wealth of London's upper classes." Lestrade was already on his feet, reaching for his coat. "We need to contact Mr. Thornton immediately, warn him, and set up surveillance. If they're planning to break through tonight—" "Inspector," Holmes said calmly, though his eyes gleamed with that particular light that Watson had learned to recognise as dangerous excitement. "Consider our position carefully. We could indeed warn Mr. Thornton, flood the repository with constables, and wait. But what happens then? Either the criminals attempt their break-in and find armed police waiting, leading to a potentially violent confrontation in confined spaces below ground, or more likely, they detect the increased security and simply abandon the operation. The tunnel gets sealed, evidence is destroyed, and the gang disperses, free to attempt the same scheme elsewhere in London." "What are you suggesting?" Lestrade asked, though his tone suggested he already suspected the answer and didn't entirely like it. "I'm suggesting we allow them to proceed with their plan," Holmes said, "but under our observation and control. We place men inside the repository, hidden, waiting. We monitor the tunnel entrance at number 223. When they break through, we have them trapped between two forces, with no possibility of escape and complete evidence of their intent. A perfect capture, leading to convictions that no clever barrister could argue away." Watson could see the conflict on Lestrade's face, the professional desire to prevent a crime warring with the tactical wisdom of catching criminals red-handed. The Scotland Yard man walked to the window, staring out at the night-darkened street, his hands clasped behind his back. "It's risky," Lestrade said finally. "What if something goes wrong? What if they manage to escape with valuables before we can stop them? I'd have to explain to my superiors why I allowed a major theft to occur when I had advance warning." "Would you prefer to explain why a criminal gang escaped justice and is free to continue their operations elsewhere?" Holmes asked, his tone not unkind but direct. "Inspector, in my experience, the difference between a good policeman and a great one lies not in preventing crime. Any fool with enough constables can lock down a location, but in ensuring that criminals face justice. This gang has invested months in this operation. They are skilled, organised and dangerous. If we scatter them now, they will simply reform and strike again. But if we catch them in the act, with witnesses and evidence, we remove them from London's streets permanently." The room fell silent save for the soft ticking of the clock and the settling of coals in the fire. Watson watched his friend, seeing the chess player's mind at work, already several moves ahead, anticipating responses and counter-responses. This was Holmes at his finest, not the eccentric lodger who conducted chemical experiments at odd hours or kept his tobacco in a Persian slipper, but the brilliant tactical mind that had solved cases that baffled Scotland. Yard. "We'd need to coordinate carefully," Lestrade said slowly, turning from the window. "Men positioned both above and below ground. Timing would be critical, and we'd need to be absolutely certain about the repository being the target. If we're wrong, we've wasted resources and allowed the real crime to occur elsewhere." "I am certain," Holmes said simply. "Every factor points to it. Location, accessibility, value of potential haul, the reduced risk of immediate detection. It is the only target that makes logical sense given the considerable investment required for the tunnelling operation." Watson rose from his chair, feeling the familiar stirring of anticipation that came before action. "When do you think they'll make their attempt? Tonight?" Holmes shook his head. "Unlikely. Remember, Mrs. Hudson only began hearing the sounds a week ago, meaning the tunnel has only recently reached the vicinity of Baker Street proper. If my calculations are correct, they still have several feet to excavate before breaking through into the repository's basement. Tonight they'll continue their work, extending the tunnel, preparing for the final breakthrough. I would estimate they need another 2 or 3 nights before they're ready to attempt the actual theft." "Which gives us time to prepare," Lestrade said, his professional instincts taking over now that a course of action had been decided. "I'll need to speak with Mr. Thornton first thing tomorrow, swear him to absolute secrecy. We'll position men inside the repository, perhaps disguised as night workers or maintenance staff. Outside, we'll maintain surveillance on number 223, track anyone who enters or exits. We should also identify the gang members if possible, Watson suggested. Knowing who we're dealing with might give us some advantage. Holmes nodded approvingly. Indeed, Watson. Inspector, I suggest your men watching the tunnel entrance make detailed notes of anyone entering the building. Time of arrival, physical description, any distinguishing features. I may be able to match them against my records of known criminals. Tunneling is a specialized skill not possessed by common thieves. The men conducting this operation are likely professionals, possibly with previous convictions for similar offences. The three men spent the next hour refining their plan, discussing contingencies, and identifying potential problems. Lestrade would coordinate the Scotland Yard response, positioning his most trusted men in and around the repository. Holmes would continue his analysis, attempting to identify the criminals through observation and research. Watson, with his military experience, would help assess the tactical aspects of the operation, ensuring they were prepared for any resistance the gang might offer. It was approaching 10 o'clock when Lestrade finally took his leave, promising to return the following evening with updates on his preparations. After the Scotland Yard man had departed Watson, and Holmes sat in companionable silence, the fire reduced to glowing embers, the night sounds of London filtering through the window, a drunk singing somewhere in the distance, the rattle of a late delivery cart, the soft footsteps of people making their way home through the darkness. "You're certain about this, Holmes?" Watson asked quietly, allowing them to proceed rather than stopping them immediately. Holmes turned his penetrating gaze on his friend, and Watson saw in those grey eyes a mixture of absolute confidence and something else, a deeper understanding of the criminal mind, born of years studying the darker aspects of human nature. "Watson, consider what we're dealing with. This is not some desperate criminal acting on impulse, not a starving man stealing bread to feed his family. This is an organised operation requiring capital, planning, and expertise. These men are professionals, and professionals do not vanish simply because one scheme is foiled. If we drive them away now, they will only surface elsewhere, targeting some other institution, victimizing some other collection of innocents. But if we catch them in the act, with irrefutable evidence, we can ensure they spend the next several years enjoying His Majesty's hospitality in Pentonville or Wormwood Scrubs, unable to harm anyone. And if something goes wrong, Watson pressed, if they escape or if someone is hurt in the confrontation, then I shall have to live with that, Holmes said simply. But I have learned, my dear fellow, that in this work one must sometimes take calculated risks. The alternative, allowing fear of failure to paralyze action, leads only to greater evils going unpunished. Watson nodded, recognizing the truth in his friend's words, even as he felt the weight of responsibility they carried. He had seen enough of crime and criminals during their years of association to understand that Holmes was right. These were not men who would reform or retreat permanently. They were predators, and predators must be caught and caged, not merely frightened away to hunt elsewhere. The two men sat in silence as the night deepened around them. Somewhere beneath their feet, in tunnels carved through London clay and shored up with timber, men were working in darkness, scraping and digging, drawing ever closer to their goal. They believed themselves hidden, protected by earth and stone and secrecy. They did not know that their every move was being watched, their plans unravelled, their destination anticipated. In the darkness below Baker Street, the tunnel extended yard by yard toward the repository's basement, and above, in the warm light of a sitting room filled with books and scientific apparatus, and the comfortable clutter of masculine domesticity, two men waited and planned, preparing the trap that would snap shut on men who had burrowed into London's depths seeking fortune, but would find only justice waiting in the dark. The clock struck 11, its chimes, echoing through the quiet room, marking another hour toward the confrontation that was coming, as inevitable now as the dawn that would eventually break over London's ancient streets. The following day dawned cold and clear, a rare gift from the London weather gods that painted the city in sharp autumnal light. Watson rose early to find Holmes already absent from their lodgings. A note on the breakfast table, written in his friend's distinctive hand, informed him that the detective had gone to consult his network of informants and would return by afternoon. Mrs. Hudson, appearing with toast and coffee, seemed noticeably more at ease than she had been in recent days, the knowledge that her mysterious sounds were being investigated having lifted a weight from her shoulders. "Will this business be concluded soon, Doctor?" she asked, pouring his coffee with her usual precision. "Only, I confess I shall be glad when things return to normal, and I can sleep through the night without wondering what's happening beneath my floors." "Very soon, I should think," Watson assured her, though he was careful not to reveal the specifics of their plan. Mrs. Hudson was trustworthy, but Holmes had emphasized the importance of absolute discretion. Even the slightest hint of police activity might alert the criminals and send them scattering like rats from a sinking ship. Watson spent the morning attending to his medical practice. He maintained a small consulting business, seeing patients by appointment, though his involvement with Holmes' cases often interfered with regular hours. Today he saw 3 patients: an elderly gentleman with gout, a young woman suffering from what Watson diagnosed as nervous exhaustion, brought on by the pressures of maintaining a household on insufficient means, and a clerk with a persistent cough that spoke of long hours in poorly ventilated offices. Each case was a small window into the lives of ordinary Londoners, the daily struggles that played out far from the dramatic crimes that occupied Holmes's attention. Yet even as he listened to heartbeats and prescribed tonics, Watson's mind kept returning to the tunnel beneath Baker Street, to the men working in darkness toward their audacious goal. There was something almost admirable, in a perverse way, about the sheer ambition of the scheme, the months of planning, the technical expertise required, the steady nerve needed to excavate beneath one of London's busiest streets while maintaining absolute secrecy. If only such talents were applied to legitimate enterprise, Watson thought, what might these men accomplish? But they had chosen crime, and crime demanded consequences. Holmes returned shortly after 2 o'clock, his eyes bright with the gleam of successful investigation. He swept into their sitting room, bringing with him the smell of London streets, coal smoke, horse dung, the indefinable scent of the city itself, and immediately began pacing, his movements sharp with contained energy. "I have been busy, Watson," he announced, shrugging off his coat and tossing it over a chair with uncharacteristic carelessness. "Very busy indeed. I have walked the streets, talked with my irregulars, consulted with certain individuals whose knowledge of London's criminal classes is encyclopedic, and I have learned some interesting facts about our tunnelling friends." Watson set aside his medical journal, recognizing the signs of Holmes in full flood of revelation. "Do tell." "The operation is led by one Jack the Mole, Henshaw," Holmes began, flinging himself into his chair with dramatic emphasis. "Aged 42, native of Manchester, veteran of 3 previous tunnelling operations, 2 successful, resulting in thefts totalling some £15,000, and 1 unsuccessful, resulting in a 5-year sentence in Strangeways Prison. Released 18 months ago, whereabouts since then unknown. Until now." "The Mole?" Watson couldn't help but smile at the sobriquet. "Appropriate, is it not? Henshaw learned his trade in the coal mines of Lancashire as a boy, developed an almost supernatural ability to read soil and stone, to understand the physics of excavation and support. When he turned his talents to crime, he became one of the most sought-after specialists in the underground, if you'll pardon the pun, world of burglary. Banks, vaults, strong rooms, all have fallen to his expertise." Holmes rose again, too energized to remain seated, and moved to the map still pinned to the wall. "His crew consists of at least 5 other men, all specialists in their own right. There's Thomas Grafton, known as Silent Tom, an expert in breaking and entering who can pick any lock ever made. Samuel Burrows, a former surveyor who handles the planning and calculations, where to dig, what depth to maintain, how to shore the tunnel walls, and 3 labourers, strong backs and willing hands, recruited from the casual labour pools that gather each morning in the East End." "You've identified them all?" Watson asked, impressed despite himself. "Most of them, through witness descriptions and my own observations of number 223. I spent several hours this morning watching from a vantage point across the street, a newspaper kiosk whose proprietor owed me a favour from a previous case. Between 5 and 7 this morning I observed 4 men entering the building separately, each using a key to the front door, each carrying what appeared to be empty sacks. They remained inside for approximately 2 hours, then emerged again, the sacks now full and heavy, excavated earth being removed for disposal, no doubt." Watson considered this. "They work during the morning. I would have thought night-time more suitable for secrecy." "An excellent observation," Holmes said approvingly. "But consider, night work beneath a building would require lamps, and lamplight visible through cracks or windows might attract attention from constables on their beats, or from residents, unable to sleep. But morning work during the hours when delivery carts are moving about, when shops are opening and the street is busy with activity, allows their comings and goings to blend into the general traffic. The sacks of earth could be mistaken for legitimate deliveries or refuse removal. It is actually quite clever. The afternoon was advancing toward evening when Lestrade arrived, his face showing the strain of a day spent in delicate coordination. He accepted the whiskey Holmes offered and settled into a chair with a grateful sigh. "Everything is arranged," he reported. "I met with Mr. Thornton this morning, had to swear him to absolute secrecy, which he found both alarming and rather exciting, I think. He's agreed to allow my men inside the repository starting tonight. 3 constables in plain clothes positioned in the basement storage area, where we expect the breakthrough to occur. They'll be armed and have whistles to summon additional support if needed. And outside," Holmes prompted, 2 men watching number 223, rotating in 12-hour shifts. They've been instructed to note anyone entering or leaving, but to take no action unless I give explicit orders. I've also arranged for a reserve force to be on standby at the Marylebone police station, 8 constables who can be mobilised within minutes if required. Watson nodded approvingly. "It sounds thorough, Inspector. What about the repository's normal security? Won't your presence alert the regular guards that something unusual is happening?" "Mr. Thornton has informed his night watchman that we're conducting a security assessment," Lestrade explained. "The man has been told to maintain his normal rounds, but to stay clear of the basement level during the overnight hours. He believes it's a test of his vigilance, and Thornton has promised him a bonus if all goes well. The fewer people who know the real reason for our presence, the better." Holmes had been listening with his fingers steepled beneath his chin, his eyes half closed in that attitude of deep concentration Watson had learned to recognise. Now he opened his eyes and fixed Lestrade with a penetrating stare. "Inspector, has it occurred to you that Henshaw and his crew may have inside information? That someone at the repository might be complicit in this scheme?" Lestrade's expression darkened. "The thought had crossed my mind. How else would they know what's stored there, which boxes are most valuable, when security is lightest?" "Precisely," Holmes agreed. "I suggest you have Mr. Thornton provide you with a list of all employees, guards, clerks, anyone with access to client information. Cross-reference that list against known associates of our criminal friends. If there is an informant, we may be able to identify them." "And if we do?" Watson asked. "Confront them?" "Not immediately," Holmes said. "An informant confronted might warn their confederates, causing them to abandon the operation. Better to identify them, watch them, and arrest them along with the rest of the gang when we spring our trap. A conspiracy charge adds years to a prison sentence." The 3 men spent the next hour reviewing every detail of their plan, examining it from every angle, identifying potential weaknesses and developing contingencies. Holmes was particularly concerned about the moment of breakthrough itself. When the tunnellers finally broke through into the repository's basement, there would be a critical few minutes when the situation could escalate rapidly. "They'll be expecting an empty basement," Holmes mused. "Dark, silent, unguarded. When they discover armed constables waiting, their first instinct will be to flee back into the tunnel. Your men must be positioned to block that retreat immediately, Inspector, or we'll have a chase through underground passages that could end badly." "My men are experienced," Lestrade assured him. "They understand the plan. Wait until the criminals are fully committed, until they've entered the basement and begun attempting to access the storage areas, then reveal themselves and demand surrender. If the criminals run, they'll find the tunnel exit at number 223 blocked by our men there." Watson felt the familiar tension that preceded action, the same tightening in his chest he'd experienced before battles in Afghanistan. "When do you think they'll make their attempt?" "Tonight," Holmes shook his head. "I believe they need at least one more night of excavation. The tunnel must be extended to reach the repository's foundation. Then they must carefully break through. A delicate operation requiring precision to avoid making excessive noise or causing structural damage that might alert people in the building above. Tonight, they'll continue digging. Tomorrow night," he paused, his grey eyes gleaming. "Tomorrow night, I believe, will be when they make their move." "How can you be certain?" Lestrade asked. "I cannot be absolutely certain," Holmes admitted, "but consider the logistics. We know from Mrs. Hudson that the sounds began a week ago, suggesting the tunnel had reached the vicinity of Baker Street at that time. Based on the distance from number 223 to the repository, approximately 80 feet, and assuming a crew of skilled tunnellers can excavate roughly 10 to 12 feet per day, they should reach their destination tomorrow. Add to that the fact that tomorrow is Saturday night leading into Sunday morning. the one night of the week when the repository is closed entirely, with no staff on the premises except the night watchman. From a criminal perspective, it is the ideal time to strike. The logic was sound, and both Watson and Lestrade nodded their agreement. The trap was set. Now came the waiting. As Lestrade prepared to leave, coordinating final details with his men, Holmes drew Watson aside, his voice lowered so the inspector wouldn't overhear. "Watson, I want you armed tomorrow night. Your service revolver, cleaned and loaded. If this goes badly, if Henshaw and his crew decide to fight rather than surrender, it could become quite dangerous quite quickly." Watson met his friend's eyes and saw there not just the intellectual excitement of solving a puzzle, but genuine concern for the safety of all involved. "I'll be ready, Holmes. I've faced worse odds in darker places than a London basement." "I know you have, old friend. That's precisely why I want you with us." After Lestrade departed, the two men settled into their evening routine. Dinner brought up by Mrs. Hudson, the newspapers read by firelight, the comfortable silence of long companionship. But beneath the normalcy, Watson could feel the current of anticipation running through both of them. Tomorrow night would bring confrontation, the moment when weeks of planning by the criminals and days of counter-planning by Holmes would collide in the darkness beneath Baker Street. Watson found himself thinking about the men in the tunnel, labouring in cramped darkness, breathing stale air, working toward a goal that would never be realised. Did they suspect they were being watched? Did some instinct warn them that their careful scheme had been unravelled? Or did they proceed in blissful ignorance, confident in their secrecy, already counting the fortune they expected to steal? The next day, Saturday, passed with agonising slowness. Holmes was restless, unable to settle to any task, pacing the sitting room like a caged tiger. He played his violin for a time, but the music was discordant, reflecting his agitated state. He attempted some chemical experiments, but abandoned them after nearly causing an explosion that filled the room with acrid smoke and drew Mrs. Hudson's stern rebuke. Watson, drawing on his military experience, occupied himself with practical preparations. He cleaned and loaded his revolver, checked that he had spare ammunition, selected clothing appropriate for potential action. Dark colours, sturdy boots, a coat that wouldn't impede movement. He also prepared a medical bag with supplies for treating injuries, hoping it wouldn't be needed, but knowing from experience that hope and preparation were different things. Lestrade arrived at 8 o'clock that evening, accompanied by 4 constables in plain clothes who looked capable and determined. The inspector had clearly chosen his men carefully. These were not fresh-faced recruits, but seasoned officers who had faced dangerous criminals before and understood the importance of nerve and timing. Thornton has kept the repository open until its normal closing time, 6 o'clock, to avoid arousing any suspicion, Lestrade reported. The building is now empty except for the night watchman, who has been told to confine himself to the upper floors. My men will enter through the rear entrance at 9 o'clock and position themselves in the basement. Once they're in place, we wait. Holmes nodded, checking his own pocket watch. "And your men are watching number 223? Saw activity this morning, 4 men entering between 5 and 7, just as yesterday. They remained inside for approximately 3 hours, then left. The building has been quiet since noon. I expect they're resting, preparing for tonight's work." The group made their way through the darkening streets toward the repository, moving separately to avoid attracting attention. The October evening was cold and clear, stars visible between the buildings, a waning moon casting pale light over London's rooftops. The city hummed with Saturday night energy, theatres filling with audiences, public houses crowded with workers enjoying their weekly respite, couples strolling arm in arm through lamplight streets, and beneath it all, the tunnellers prepared for their final assault. The repository was a solid Victorian building, 3 stories of dark brick with barred windows and a discreet bronze plaque beside the door announcing its function. Lestrade's men entered through a rear alley, admitted by Mr. Thornton himself, a thin, nervous man whose excitement at being part of a police operation warred with his anxiety about the threat to his establishment. The basement, when they descended into it, was a warren of corridors and storage rooms, dimly lit by gas lamps turned low. Steel doors marked with numbers led to individual storage vaults, some small enough for a few boxes, others large enough to hold furniture and artwork. The air was cool and slightly damp, carrying that underground smell of stone and earth that Watson had noticed in the cellar at number 223. "This is where we expect the breakthrough," Thornton whispered, leading them to a far corner where the wall showed older brickwork, patched and repaired over years. This section of wall is part of the original foundation, dating back to when this building was a warehouse in the 1840s. Behind it is approximately 8 feet of earth, then the cellars of the buildings on the opposite side of the block. Holmes examined the wall carefully, running his hands over the bricks, pressing his ear against the cold surface. "Has anyone been in this area recently? Any maintenance work, inspections?" "Not for several months," Thornton replied. "We rarely use this section. The rooms here are our oldest and least desirable. Most clients prefer the newer vaults on the other side of the building, which have better climate control." "Perfect for the criminals' purposes," Holmes murmured. "Breaking through here minimizes the chance of discovery." He turned to Lestrade. "Inspector, I suggest you position your men behind these storage cages, here and here. They'll have a clear sight of the wall while remaining hidden in shadow. When the breakthrough occurs, wait until the criminals have fully entered the room before revealing yourselves. We want no possibility of them retreating into the tunnel before you can apprehend them." Lestrade deployed his men with military precision, each officer taking up position with a clear line of sight to the targeted wall. Watson positioned himself beside Holmes, his hand resting on the revolver in his coat pocket, feeling the familiar weight of the weapon, a sensation that brought back memories of Afghan hillsides and desperate firefights in sun-baked valleys. But this was London, civilized London, and the enemy was not tribal warriors but English criminals. Somehow that made it seem stranger, more surreal. Thornton was sent upstairs with instructions to remain in his office and under no circumstances to descend to the basement until summoned. The night watchman, visible through a window as he made his rounds with a bullseye lantern, was blissfully unaware of the drama unfolding below his feet. And then they waited. The minutes stretched like hours. Watson's legs began to cramp from standing motionless. His eyes adjusted to the dim gaslight, finding details in the shadows, cobwebs in corners, dust motes floating in still air, the gleam of brass locks on vault doors. Holmes remained perfectly still beside him, barely seeming to breathe, his entire being focused on the wall where they expected the breakthrough. 11 o'clock came and went, marked by the distant chiming of church bells. Midnight approached, then passed. Watson began to wonder if they had miscalculated, if the criminals had somehow detected their presence and abandoned the attempt. Beside him, Holmes gave no sign of doubt, his patience as infinite as stone. Then, shortly after midnight, it came. A soft sound, barely audible, the scrape of metal on stone. Then, silence. Then the sound again, more sustained, accompanied by the faint thud of something striking brick. Watson felt his pulse quicken, his hand tightening on his revolver. Across the room, he could see Lestrade's men tensing, preparing for action. The sounds continued for perhaps 10 minutes, careful, methodical work. Then came a different sound, a soft crumbling, and Watson saw a small shower of mortar dust fall from the wall. A brick shifted, was pulled inward, and disappeared. Lamplight showed through the gap, pale and flickering. Another brick was removed, then another. The hole grew larger, and through it Watson could hear voices, men speaking in low, urgent tones. The smell of earth and lamp oil drifted into the basement, bringing with it the sense of the tunnel beyond, that hidden world beneath London's streets where men had laboured in darkness toward this moment. A hand appeared through the opening, then an arm, then a head, a man with a dirt-stained face and wild eyes checking the basement before committing himself to entry. Seeing nothing, the waiting men were perfectly hidden in shadow. He pulled himself through the gap with practised ease, dropping to the basement floor with barely a sound. He was followed by a second man, then a third, then a fourth. Each carried a dark lantern and wore working clothes blackened with earth. They moved with the confidence of men who believed, themselves undetected, their attention focused on the vault doors lining the walls, already calculating which to target first. The fourth man was larger than the others, his movements carrying an air of authority. He surveyed the basement with satisfaction, then spoke in a low voice that carried clearly in the silence. "Right then, lads, just as we planned. Tom, you start on the vaults to the left. Sam, take the right. We've got 2 hours before the night watchman makes his next round down here. Work quick, work quiet, and we'll all be rich men come Sunday morning." It was Holmes who stepped forward from the shadows, his voice calm and almost conversational. I'm afraid, gentlemen, that your Sunday morning plans will have to be revised." The effect was electric. The four men froze, their faces showing shock then horror as the reality of their situation became clear. From the shadows around them, Lestrade's constables emerged, revolvers drawn, blocking any possibility of retreat. "Jack Henshaw," Lestrade said, his voice hard with professional satisfaction, "I am arresting you and your associates for attempted burglary, conspiracy to commit theft, and unlawful excavation. I suggest you come quietly." For a moment time seemed suspended, the two groups facing each other in the lamplight basement. Watson could see the calculations running through Henshaw's mind. The distance to the tunnel entrance, the possibility of fighting their way clear, the odds of escape. He saw the moment when the criminal leader realized the situation was hopeless, that they were caught as completely as rats in a trap. "It's over, Jack," Holmes said quietly. "Your tunnel is watched at both ends. Your operation is finished. You have the choice of surrendering peacefully or making this difficult for everyone. I assure you, the outcome will be the same either way." Henshaw's shoulders slumped, defeat settling over him like a physical weight. "All that work," he said bitterly, "all those months, the planning, the digging, and we walk right into your hands like lambs to slaughter." "If it's any consolation," Holmes said, "it was an impressive operation. The engineering alone was quite brilliant. Had you chosen to apply such talents to legitimate enterprise, you might have made a respectable fortune." "But considerably less exciting," Henshaw replied with a ghost of a smile. Then he raised his hands in surrender, and his companions followed suit, the fight going out of them as the futility of resistance became clear. Lestrade's men moved forward quickly, producing handcuffs and securing the prisoners with practiced efficiency. Watson felt himself relax slightly, though he kept his revolver ready. Professional criminals could be unpredictable, and desperation sometimes produced violence even in seemingly hopeless situations. But this night, at least, violence was avoided. The four tunnellers were led away without resistance, leaving behind their tools and lamps, their months of work resulting only in prison cells and the bitter knowledge that their grand scheme had been unravelled before it could bear fruit. As the last prisoner was escorted upstairs, Holmes turned to Watson with an expression of profound satisfaction. "And that, my dear Watson, is how one catches moles, by knowing where they're going and waiting for them to surface." The morning after the arrest dawned with the same clear autumn light that had graced the previous day, as if the heavens themselves approved of justice delivered. Watson woke late. The previous night's excitement had kept them all occupied until nearly 4 in the morning, with statements to be taken, evidence to be secured, and the tunnel itself to be properly examined and documented. He emerged from his bedroom to find Holmes already awake, seated in his chair with the morning newspapers spread before him, like a buffet of information, a cup of coffee steaming gently at his elbow. "Ah, Watson," Holmes said without looking up from the Times. "I trust you slept well. Mrs. Hudson has kept your breakfast warm. She's been positively radiant this morning, knowing that her haunted floors have been explained and the miscreants apprehended." Watson poured himself coffee from the pot on the sideboard, noting with approval that it was fresh and strong. "The papers have the story already?" "Only the basic facts. 4 men arrested in connection with an attempted burglary at a Baker Street establishment. Lestrade has quite properly kept the more sensational details quiet for now, pending further investigation. But I suspect by tomorrow's editions the full scope of the tunnelling operation will have emerged, and the press will have a field day with tales of subterranean crime and daring do." Watson settled into his chair with a plate of eggs and bacon, his body reminding him that he had eaten very little the previous day in anticipation of the night's events. Through the window, Baker Street looked much as it always did, shopkeepers opening their establishments, delivery boys making their rounds, a crossing sweeper working his patch of pavement with the dedication of a man who took pride in his territory. The visible world continued its routines, utterly ordinary on the surface, concealing the extraordinary drama that had played out in the darkness below. "Have you heard from Lestrade?" Watson asked between bites of toast. "A note arrived an hour ago," Holmes replied, gesturing to a folded paper on the mantelpiece. "The prisoners have been formally charged and remanded to custody pending trial. Henshaw has already begun trying to negotiate, offering information about other criminal enterprises in exchange for leniency, though I doubt it will avail him much. The evidence against him is overwhelming." Watson retrieved the note, scanning Lestrade's cramped handwriting. The inspector's satisfaction practically radiated from the page. This was a significant arrest, the kind that enhanced reputations and led to commendations. But between the lines of official language, Watson detected something else: genuine gratitude toward Holmes for his role in unravelling the scheme. "Lestrade wants us to visit the yard this afternoon," Watson noted. "Something about examining items recovered from the tunnel and taking formal statements." "Yes, I thought we might oblige him," Holmes said, finally setting aside his newspaper. "I confess to some curiosity about what else they may have found. A tunnel of that sophistication likely contains various interesting artifacts, tools, documents, perhaps even plans for future operations. The criminal mind, Watson, often documents its own cleverness, unable to resist the urge to record its schemes for posterity or reference." The morning passed in a comfortable domestic routine. Mrs. Hudson appeared with fresh tea and the information that several neighbours had stopped by asking questions about the police activity the previous night. Word had spread through Baker Street with the speed that gossip always achieved in close-knit London neighbourhoods. Holmes had instructed her to say only that there had been a minor police matter, now resolved, which satisfied no one but prevented wild speculation from gaining too much traction. Shortly after noon, the two men made their way to Scotland Yard, walking through streets bright with autumn sunshine. The Thames glittered in the distance, its usual brown murkiness somehow appearing almost attractive in the clear light. They passed the Houses of Parliament, where Big Ben tolled the hour with its deep, authoritative voice, and crossed into the administrative heart of London, where police headquarters occupied a grey stone building that seemed designed to project both authority and permanence. Lestrade met them in his office, a cramped room on the second floor that smelled of tobacco smoke, old paper, and the indefinable scent of bureaucracy. The inspector looked tired but satisfied, his desk covered with reports and evidence bags, a map of the tunnel system spread across one corner weighted down with a teacup and an inkwell. "Gentlemen," he greeted them, gesturing to two chairs that had clearly seen better days. "Thank you for coming. I wanted to show you what we've recovered and get your thoughts on a few peculiar items." He began pulling objects from a large wooden crate, each carefully tagged and catalogued. First came the tools, picks, shovels, crowbars, all showing signs of hard use. Then lanterns, a dozen of them, their glass chimneys still blackened with soot. Coils of rope, timber supports, a surveyor's level, bottles of lamp oil, tins of food, bottles of wine, the accumulated supplies of months of underground work. "We've mapped the entire tunnel," Lestrade said, unrolling a detailed diagram that showed the route from the cellar at number 223 to the repository basement. Total length approximately 90 feet, average height 4 feet, width 3 feet. The engineering is quite remarkable. They maintained proper angles for drainage, used a variety of shoring techniques depending on the soil composition, even installed a ventilation shaft cleverly disguised as a drainage pipe. This wasn't amateur work. Holmes studied the map with intense interest, his long fingers tracing the tunnel's route. "Did you find their spoil disposal site? They must have removed tons of earth." "We did, actually," Lestrade said with some pride. "Based on information from one of the prisoners, not Henshaw, he's staying silent, but one of the labourers was more cooperative, we located a warehouse in Whitechapel where they'd been depositing the excavated soil. The owner claimed ignorance, said he'd rented storage space to a man who told him it was clay for pottery making. We're still investigating whether he was truly unaware or complicit." Watson examined a set of architectural drawings that had been recovered from the tunnel. They showed detailed plans of the repository's basement, with measurements, wall thicknesses, and even notes about the location of vault doors and alarm systems. "These are quite professional," he observed. "How did they obtain such detailed information?" "That," Lestrade said, his expression darkening, "brings us to the most disturbing aspect of the case. We have indeed identified an insider, a clerk named Martin Jessup who worked in the repository's records department. He had access to client information, storage layouts, and security schedules. He's been taken into custody this morning and under questioning admitted to providing the gang with detailed intelligence in exchange for a percentage of the expected haul." Holmes nodded unsurprised. "I suspected as much. No external operation could have known precisely where to tunnel without inside information. What was Jessup's motivation? Gambling debts? A taste for luxury beyond his means?" "Both, it turns out," Lestrade replied. "He owed significant money to various unsavoury characters, was living well beyond his salary, and saw the repository's wealthy clients as a solution to his problems. He made contact with Henshaw through mutual acquaintances in London's criminal underworld. Apparently Jessop's gambling associates knew someone who knew someone. The usual chain of corruption. The three men spent the next hour reviewing evidence, with Holmes making occasional observations that Lestrade carefully noted for his reports. The detective pointed out particular details that would strengthen the prosecution's case: marks on tools that matched damage to the repository's foundation, soil samples that could be traced to specific locations along the tunnel route, even handwriting analysis of notes found in the tunnel that could be matched to the prisoners. It was past 3 o'clock when they finally emerged from Scotland Yard, the autumn afternoon already beginning its slide toward evening. Holmes seemed thoughtful, his mind clearly working through aspects of the case that still required resolution. Lestrade mentioned that Henshaw had conducted 2 previous successful tunnelling operations, Watson said as they walked. Were those crimes ever solved? Not to my knowledge, Holmes replied, which suggests that whatever mistakes Henshaw made this time, choosing a target too close to our lodgings perhaps, or working with an insider who was less discreet than he believed, he had learned from past experience and refined his methods. Had Mrs. Hudson not brought her concerns to our attention, this operation might well have succeeded. They walked in companionable silence for a time, making their way back toward Baker Street through the lengthening shadows. The city was transforming into its evening self, shop windows lighting up, street lamps being lit by lamplighters making their methodical rounds, the character of foot traffic changing as workers headed home and pleasure seekers headed out. "You know," Watson said thoughtfully, "I've been considering the broader implications of this case. London is built atop itself, layer upon layer of history and construction. How many other tunnels exist beneath our feet? How many forgotten passages and hidden spaces?" Holmes smiled, that quick flash of teeth that indicated his mind engaging with an interesting question. Hundreds, certainly. Perhaps thousands. The Romans built here 2,000 years ago, leaving foundations and structures that still exist beneath modern buildings. Medieval London added crypts, wells, escape tunnels. The Georgians built coal cellars and storage vaults. The Victorians have contributed sewers, railways, telegraph cables, pneumatic dispatch tubes. We walk atop a vertical city, Watson, most of which will never see daylight again. "Rather unsettling when you think about it," Watson observed. "Or rather romantic," Holmes countered. "Each layer represents human ambition, engineering ingenuity, the eternal drive to expand and improve. Yes, some use these hidden spaces for criminal purposes, but most serve legitimate functions. Basilgette's sewers saved London from cholera. The Underground Railway revolutionized transportation. Even the forgotten medieval passages served purposes in their day. Escape routes during sieges, secret ways for lovers to meet, paths for priests during religious persecution." They turned onto Baker Street, and Watson felt the familiar comfort of approaching home. Number 221B stood unchanged, its windows glowing warmly, Mrs. Hudson's silhouette visible as she moved about the ground floor. The building that had been at the centre of such drama now returned to its role as a respectable lodging house, keeping its secrets beneath a facade of Victorian propriety. Mrs. Hudson greeted them at the door, her face bright with curiosity barely restrained by good manners. "There are those who've been asking questions all day, gentlemen. I've told them nothing, as you instructed, but the butcher's boy swears he saw police wagons here in the night, and Mrs. Morrison from across the way claims she heard men shouting in the early hours." "The neighbourhood grapevine operates with its usual efficiency," Holmes observed dryly. "You may now inform the curious Mrs. Hudson that a criminal operation has been uncovered and the perpetrators apprehended, thanks largely to your vigilance in reporting the suspicious sounds. I suspect you'll find yourself quite the local heroine." The landlady blushed with pleasure at the compliment, though she tried to maintain her dignity. "I only did what any sensible person would do, report something unusual, though I confess I never imagined it would lead to such excitement. Will I be called to testify at the trial?" "Quite possibly," Holmes said. "Your testimony about the sounds you heard will establish the timeline of the tunnelling operation, but Lestrade will prepare you thoroughly, and I assure you it will be quite straightforward." After Mrs. Hudson departed to spread the news through Baker Street's network of shops and households, Watson and Holmes settled into their sitting room with the satisfied air of men who had completed a challenging task successfully. The fire crackled in the grate, and outside the window the evening deepened toward night, gas lamps painting the street in pools of yellow light. "You know, Holmes," Watson said after a long, comfortable silence, "this case began with what seemed like a ghost story. Mysterious sounds in the night, Mrs. Hudson's belief that the rooms were haunted, and ended with a very mundane explanation. Criminals digging for profit." "And yet," Holmes replied, staring into the fire with that distant look he sometimes adopted when contemplating larger questions, "is the truth not more interesting than any ghost? Consider what we've uncovered. A conspiracy months in the planning, requiring engineering expertise, inside information, careful coordination. We've revealed an entire hidden world beneath Baker Street, tunnels carrying men and their ambitions through London clay. We've seen how the city's layers of history can be exploited, how the very foundations of respectability can be undermined, literally, by those willing to work in darkness." Watson had to concede the point. "When you put it that way, I suppose reality does have a certain dramatic quality that rivals fiction." "Reality," Holmes said, "always exceeds fiction in complexity and interest. Fiction must make sense, must follow logical patterns, must satisfy the reader's expectations. But reality is under no such constraints. It produces coincidences that would be rejected as implausible in novels, reveals connections that seem too neat to be true, and presents us with criminals who tunnel beneath major thoroughfares with the same dedication that legitimate engineers apply to building railways." The conversation drifted into a comfortable discussion of other cases, other mysteries solved and unsolved. Holmes mentioned several matters he had been considering taking on: a peculiar burglary in Kensington, where nothing of value was stolen but numerous items were inexplicably moved; a series of anonymous letters plaguing a Member of Parliament; a missing person case that had baffled a provincial police force. "But perhaps," Holmes said with a slight smile, "we might take a few days' rest first. Even the most dedicated detective requires occasional respite, and I suspect we've had sufficient excitement to last us through the week." Watson heartily agreed with this assessment. His military training had taught him the importance of rest between engagements, of allowing both body and mind to recover before the next challenge. And sitting here in the warm comfort of their lodgings, the immediate danger past and justice served, he felt the pleasant exhaustion that follows successful exertion. The next morning's newspapers were full of the story as Holmes had predicted. The Times devoted 3 columns to "The Baker Street Tunnel Conspiracy," complete with dramatic illustrations of underground passages and heroic constables confronting desperate criminals. The Daily Telegraph went further, interviewing various experts on tunnelling operations and speculating about other possible criminal excavations beneath London streets. The more sensational papers seized on every lurid detail, producing headlines that would have been amusing had they not been so wildly inaccurate. But beneath the journalistic hyperbole, the essential facts remained sound. A sophisticated criminal operation had been uncovered and stopped before it could succeed. 4 men now awaited trial on serious charges, and a 5th, the insider, Jessup, faced charges of conspiracy that would likely result in a lengthy prison sentence. The repository's clients, many of whom had been unaware how close their valuables had come to being stolen, expressed gratitude to the police and to the unnamed consulting detective whose investigation had saved them from significant losses. Holmes affected indifference to the publicity, dismissing the newspaper accounts as sensationalized nonsense, but Watson noticed that he carefully preserved clippings from the more accurate reports, filing them away in his commonplace books for future reference. The detective might claim to work solely for the intellectual challenge, but Watson knew his friend well enough to recognize that he also took quiet satisfaction in seeing justice done and credit given where due. Mrs. Hudson, for her part, enjoyed a week of neighbourhood celebrity. She was interviewed by 3 different newspapers, invited to tea by neighbours who had previously maintained only the most formal relations, and became the subject of considerable admiration for her nerves of steel in living above a criminal tunnel without succumbing to panic. She bore this attention with admirable dignity, though Watson suspected she rather enjoyed being recognised as something more than simply a respectable widow keeping a lodging house. The trial, when it came several months later, was a straightforward affair. The evidence against Henshaw and his associates was overwhelming. The tunnel itself, the tools and plans, testimony from multiple witnesses, and the damning inside information provided by Jessup. The defence attempted to argue that the tunnel might have had legitimate purposes, that the breakthrough into the repository was accidental, but the prosecution's case was too strong, and the jury too convinced. Henshaw received 10 years hard labour. His associates received sentences ranging from 5 to 8 years, depending on their level of involvement. Jessup, the inside man, received 7 years, with the judge noting particular disapproval of an employee who betrayed his employer's trust for personal gain. Watson attended the sentencing, watching as the prisoners were led away to begin their terms. Henshaw caught his eye as he was being escorted from the dock, and the criminal's expression held no anger, no resentment, only a kind of weary acknowledgement that the game had been played and lost. Watson found himself feeling an unexpected moment of sympathy. Here was a man of considerable talents, who had chosen the wrong path, and would now spend the best years of his remaining life in prison. But the moment passed, replaced by the recognition that Henshaw had made his choices freely, knowing the risks and potential consequences. Justice had been served, and London was safer for it. Back at Baker Street that evening, Watson found Holmes at the window, looking out at the street where gaslights pushed back the November darkness. The detective had been quiet all day, reflective in a way that suggested his mind was working through some private meditation. "What are you thinking?" Watson asked, joining his friend at the window. "I'm thinking," Holmes said slowly, "about layers. The layers of London beneath our feet. Roman, Saxon, medieval, Georgian, Victorian, each built atop the last. The layers of human nature, the respectable surface concealing criminal intent, or sometimes criminal background concealing reformed character. The layers of a case, what appears to be one thing revealing itself as another upon closer examination." He turned from the window, his face thoughtful in the lamplight. Mrs. Hudson heard sounds and thought ghosts. The truth was criminals. But in a sense, aren't all cities haunted? Not by supernatural spirits, but by the accumulated weight of all who have lived and worked and schemed and dreamed within their bounds. The tunnellers were adding their layer to London's history, just as we've added ours by stopping them. Watson smiled at his friend's philosophical turn. "Rather poetic for a Sunday evening, Holmes." "Perhaps," Holmes conceded with a slight smile. "But even detectives are allowed occasional poetry, Watson, especially when contemplating cities that build themselves upon their own ruins, forever rising and forever sinking simultaneously." The evening wore on, comfortable and quiet, the two friends settling into their familiar routines. Outside, Baker Street continued its eternal rhythms, unaware that beneath its surface a tunnel still existed, sealed now by police order, but remaining as a testament to human ambition and human ingenuity applied to criminal ends. And in the sitting room of 221B, by the warm glow of firelight and gaslight, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson sat in companionable silence, guardians of the city's visible surface, protectors against those who would use its hidden depths for ill purpose. The adventure of the unseen guest had concluded, but London, layered, complex, forever concealing new mysteries beneath its respectable facade, waited with infinite patience to present its next puzzle. For such was the nature of the great city, and such was the nature of those who dedicated themselves to unravelling its secrets, one case at a time, through all the long nights and quiet days that stretched ahead into an uncertain but endlessly fascinating future. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the silver skies of Dublin, the lantern-lit charm of Hoi An, the golden calm of Istanbul, or the sea breeze nights of Honolulu? If this tale brought you peace, like the episode, and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the quiet surround you, let your dreams wander wide. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.